Здорово, заходь в Discord.
Алло.
Привіт.
Алло.
Секундочку. Не розмічусь. Алло, привіт.
Ой, здорово.
Як справа?
Нормально.
У мене трошки додалося кораблів.
Тільки.
Зараз гляну.
Якийсь на абордаж взяв.
Угу.
По сюжету.
Та й квести. Інші на абордаж просто.
Космічний пірат.
Ні?
Я космічний пірат. В Адідасах.
Achieving orbit now.
Три штучки поки. Це на абордаж. Цей також. На абордаж. Якісь пірати на ньому їздили. Це мій перший перероблений. Ну і це поточний. Ну, такий самий цікавий з усіх поки. Правда, я
По
витратив...
параметрах.
Ну, взагалі.
Или по візуалу.
Взагалі. Правда, я витратив 10 штук на зброю, але таке враження, що вона стала тільки гіршою. Або я не вмію читати правильно. Або вона робить, або я не розумію нічого в цій грі.
Ти поражав то чорне з яєчками?
Що жовте з чорним?
Ага. А що то в нього за яєчки на дупі?
Якісь компоненти, які саме не дивиться.
Щось ти якийсь після дементорів.
Drive spinning.
Саме такі.
Два- 2 часа назад ти був набагато веселіший.
Ну, один із них це ти, так що.
А. Мені дуже приємно. А це ти щось нажав чи просто за межі вилетів?
Ти за що?
Ну, як коли ініціюється перехід локації?
Ну, коли я щось роблю.
Ага.
Landing site locked. Impassing.
Коротше, тут знайшов місце, де дуже схоже на підлядька,
We should
типу
swing by Hope
космічних
at the Star
квестерів,
Yard and see if they have anything interesting for sale.
Так.
і знайшов місце з азіатами космічними.
Було б дивно, якщо б не було місця зі світлячка.
Ну, все може.
Бо є цілий жанр космічний вестерн.
Мгм.
Ну, вообще Bethesda рискнула делать космічну гру. Космічні ігри не такі популярні, як фентезійні світи.
Якщо їх зробити по-нормальному, то може бути.
Ron Hope certainly embodies the saying, a spare minute.
Мені цікаво, як тобі після Starfield буде ігра Starfield.
Без поняття.
I don't want to hear
Я
you
тобі її 10 тисяч раз рекламував.
Ron Hope's the best thing that's happened to us.
Буде як машинка. Вийшов апдейт сьогодні, нарешті додали DLSS.
Є бой.
Правда, без нього поки нормально.
Не, ну у тебе ж потужне желізо, на що воно тобі надо.
Було комфортно грати.
Тобі комфортно.
Мені некомфортно через керування, але вже частково звик. Що ж воно керування вони зробили криве. Особливо тупо це те, що ти можеш бігти і стріляти, але ти не можеш бігти і рубати мечем. Тобі, щоб ударити мечем, тобі треба зупинитися. Враховуючи те, що треба постійно рухатися, коли ти це робиш, то це максимально тупо.
Я тільки секунд 5 назад побачив машинки. А ну і ще щоб стрім зробиш, ти. Бо щось якась нормальна затримка була.
Ну, я можу поставити нижче. У мене зараз стандарту стоїть.
Завтіки.
Не знаю, написано стандартно. По відчуттях секунд 7.
Ну хай буде. Краще з затримкою, чим коли лагатиме.
Ну, не факт, що воно лагато.
А в тебе є шабля?
Я заводжу. Він же ж казак. Чи треба ти відмати? Два.
От зараз я побачив шаблю, точно 7 секунд.
Було 7 секунд. Ну от я дивлюся на телефоні, близько 7 секунд за 3.
No loitering. Now move it.
Ну ладно, значить для мене 7 секунд це було довго. Аж ти як в планки.
Something I can do for you?
А зараз я прочув про шаблю.
I hate to disappoint you, but I'm not big on doing favors for people I don't know.
Ага, я думаю, хто-то вторий глядач, а то ти з телефону.
Сюди заходять заблудші душі інколи.
Вітай, то ти їх не замічаєш і вони
Так.
уходять.
Так. Коли я вітаюся, вони просто уходять, нічого не пишуть.
Задушив, виходить, людей. Ну я, кстати,
I'd like
теж
to
люблю
help,
по дну
but if
інтернету
I
лазити.
handed over this
Тільки
card,
чуєш,
then it's
якщо на
my
свічу
job
я
that's
знаю,
on
як
the
знайти
line.
людей на дну, то на Ютубі я взагалі не знаю, як
I
попасти
thought I made
на чужу
myself clear.
трансляцію, крім
I'm
як прямої
not
ссылки.
giving you my card.
Або бути не підписаним на цей канал. Як ти думаєш, сьогодні був перший в історії випадок, коли підірвали підводну лодку ракетою?
Не знаю.
Just because you look like an authority figure doesn't mean you are one.
А ти скачав по навики? Де ти відігруєш того аутягу,
Відіграю що?
аутіста?
Типу того.
Боже, ти такий тоскний, що аж мені тоскному стало тоскно.
То не мучай себе.
Maybe I can make an exception. It'll take more than being well dressed to convince me. Just get out of here before I decide to arrest you.
Ладно вести переговори і паралельно говорити з тобою.
Can I help you? That is a pretty huge. I can understand your. I think you're under the wrong impression here. I'm not handing over this card. Maybe I can make an exception.
Мені жодна відповідь не подобається.
Не відповідай. Уйди з розмови.
We'll see who gets tired of this first. Not my problem. If you want a security keycard, you better get proper authorization. You need help with some... Sorry, but that's... If saving your job... I'm not sure the... You think that fancy... I don't scare that easy. Yeah. Okay, I get it. Fine. The key is yours. Just remember to bring it back, or I'm reporting you.
Ні.
Як день пройшов?
Спочатку працював, потім відпочивав. Потім прийшов.
Ясно, після
Десь
стріму
так.
поговорю.
Та я можу і на стрімі.
Якщо що, я стрімлю цю хрінь тільки через тебе і купив її через тебе. Так що в моїй совісті.
А що не так? Ну. Я не можу поняти, яка до мене претензія. Я не знаю. Те, що я пішов на роботу, чи те, що я там займався своїми справами, чи що. Ой.
Бані, ти смієшся.
Конечно, бо це, ну, пипець як нереально, то що ти кажеш.
Що я кажу? Я взагалі мовчу.
Та ти треш сказануло і ждеш, що це що ви, що? Ти настільки мене тільки що обурив, що я аж тут аж пошалився.
А який я треш сказав, скажи, будь ласка.
Ти вдиваєш на мою совість, якої нема, це по-перше. По-друге, що не так. Прикольна гра. Якщо ти
сказати?
страдаєш, то не граєш, не грай.
Це як циво. Ідея класна, реалізація лайно.
Ти отримуєш задоволення?
Переміжку з білью і стражданнями, тому це таке собі, знаєш.
Ну, багато речей, які йдуть паралельно з білю і страдання. Наприклад, кататися на лижах тобі подобається?
Там нема страждань.
Ну ладно, може бути, це все персонально. Я, наприклад, страждав.
We're
Таке
here.
азіатське
You might
місто.
want to stay away from the edge of the upper platform. It's a long way down.
Make it quick. I have a deadline.
Hey there. Got that key card for me? Now we're talking. Not bad for a novice. I think you're ready to kick things up a notch, and your timing couldn't be better. Good. It's time for a change of pace. This next assignment requires a bit more discretion for two reasons. First, you'll be dealing with high-level executives, and second, you'll be in the Astra Lounge here in Neon.
Discretion and the trade tower in Neon don't exactly go hand in hand.
If you haven't already heard the name Benjamin
Ну,
Bayou,
цікаво.
you'd better
Якщо
get familiar.
Бефестка
The man runs
бесідка
Neon and has ties to
вмісто
anything
цих діалогів
significant,
зробила
including
банально
leadership. The
космічних
trade tower
рейнджерах.
is his baby.
Просто, знаєш,
And the
менюшки
Astra Lounge
діалогів,
is the
а не
heart
оці
and soul. You do
неправдоподібні
anything to
емоції.
scar that and make a
Було б
scene,
краще.
I guarantee it'll come back to
Да,
haunt us.
дуже б сказали, що продешевили.
Я не знаю, що може бути гірше оцих діалогів, які є зараз. В плані озвучка класна, самі діалоги нормальні інколи бувають. Але оце, що відбувається на екрані, це просто, я не знаю, вирве око.
Да, є чуть-чуть.
Ти просто
Мені
пропустив
кажеться, там.
дуже багато моментів, де вони один на одному були розвернуті головою в стіну і тому подібне.
Ні, ну це фіч.
Угу.
The assignment is pretty easy. Our techs failed to uncover a potential deal between Infinity Ltd and Quantum Synergies.
Я єдине, що переживаю, що вони створили крутий всесвіт, до якого можна цілу кучу часу прикручувати цього нового. Але в мене ж гіпотеза, що там Це настільки
Infinity
кривулька, що
Ltd is
нічого
one of
ти
our
крутить не
aspiring
вийде по-людськи.
competitors. They have products in several
Побачимо.
similar fields, ships and neuroamps being the exception. Quantum Synergies specializes in ship operating
Наприклад, є
software.
гру, яку я дуже сильно
We don't
хотів
consider them a
пограти.
major competitor since
Фанати
their product line
зробили
is so
повноцінну
narrow.
нову гру просто на
If the two
двіжку
are meeting to work
Skyrim.
out a contract, that tells us Infinity
Але
must be
там була
looking to get
біда,
into the
що
ship
та версія
business.
Skyrim, яка в мене була, не
They'd like to
підходила
delay that,
під
if
гру.
they can.
Але, кажеться, вже їх
That's
підрівняли.
what we're hoping
Тобто
for.
буде
You'll be
працювати.
speaking
with Quantum Synergy's executive director Zola Adisa and their financial manager Arthur Cruz. I'll be giving you a dossier on both. I strongly suggest you read them for talking points. I suppose I can give you a brief rundown. We'll start with Zola. Zola is a born and bred executive. It runs in the family, so she's highly accustomed to an upper-class lifestyle. She's a narcissist who's also obsessed with public perception, both of her and Quantum Synergies. She wants to be associated with the latest and greatest, so she's drawn to innovation and quality. She's considered it, but she's next in line to be CEO over at Quantum. If she came here, she'd have to deal with stiff competition. As for her talking points, the key things to remember are: Infinity is the cheap version of Ryujin. They're a follower, not a leader, and they lack any sense of clear vision. They've launched several, but none survive long. Nothing that would be as big as neuroamps or grav drives. That's why they've taken to just following whatever trends companies like Ryujin set. If they can't make money off ingenuity, they can certainly sell someone a cheaper version of a more expensive product they may want. Infinity has struggled with leadership and turnover for a long time now. Lucas Drexler is probably the 5th CEO they've had in the past few years. Plus, it's hard to keep good employees when much better corporations who will pay more are out there. Infinity Ltd's strategy to make money is to cut cost on quality. You can compare any one of our products to theirs and see it almost instantly. Low-grade synthetics, flimsy thin materials, high energy usage, they issue at least 1 or 2 recalls a year. Just remember, you can refer to the dossier at any time as a refresher. Now, on to Arthur Cruz. Arthur is a self-made man, and he prides himself on that. He's a full package, having both an extremely good knack for numbers and knowing how to talk to people. As Quantum Synergy's financial manager, he's all about driving profit with as little risk as possible. He makes decisions based on facts and heavily researched trends. He's one of Quantum's best assets. Since they promoted him, their profits have risen over 37%. Talking points for Arthur are aimed at steering him toward Ryujin over Infinity Ltd. Ryujin's profits are 25.7% higher than Infinity's, even with a superior quality product. Infinity's profits are fabricated. They're one audit away from ruin. We have a history of being financially secure that's never wavered, and we have the legal and marketing teams to handle anything that might threaten that. Quantum Synergies is the top name in ship OS. Their reputation has allowed them to keep the best engineers on their payroll. We can't deny that working with them would be beneficial for us, and Arthur is our best bet in making that happen. Besides, an open collaboration gives us easier access to information we'd otherwise have to find a more clever means of discovering. We keep an extremely close eye on our competition. Thanks to operatives like you, that information is almost always at our disposal. We keep an extreme... Sounds like you're ready then. I'd still highly recommend reading the dossiers, though. Sometimes bullet-pointed statements can stick out in minds easier than conversation.
Боже, який довгий діалог.
Його можна завжди закінчити. Просто я сам обираю, що мені треба.
Да, але я не
Those
встигаю
lines are
нічого
most likely to sway
перевести.
Zola and Arthur away
Я
from
не чую,
Infinity.
що вона
Not to
каже.
mention give them a gentle nudge in our
Додай звуку.
direction. The Infinity LTD
Тоді я
rep is
буду
Nina
себе
Hart.
чути, а я не
I'll also
хочу.
be giving you an altered version of her presentation to swap out with the original. We've changed several figures, just enough to cause
Додай звук
sufficient
і мовчи.
confusion throughout their meeting.
Нащо тоді в Discord зайшов?
Будеш говорити тоді, коли ніхто не говорить.
Я не можу бачити майбутнє.
If it's not on her person, it will be in the suite she has reserved. Suites are patrolled, so she'll believe it's secure. If you can't manage to get her room key or deal with the door itself, try Boone Morgan, the manager. Boone appreciates credits, if you know what I mean. We got lucky on that one. Nina was making some last-minute changes to it at her own home and happened to save it to her personal data storage. Of course, we were able to access it, so we fabricated our own with new figures and put it on an Infinity LTD slate. Assuming she's using an Infinity LTD slate is a bit of a gamble, but one we're willing to take. Exactly. And that incompetence will be enough for them to further question this deal. Finally, I recommend dressing appropriately, so I've taken the liberty of having a suit made for you. We need absolute discretion on this one. I don't want any SSNN broadcasts about murder in the Astral Lounge. Got it? I bet you are. Just remember to keep a low profile. Don't let the Astral Lounge distract you too much.
Йдеться досьє прочитати.
Gala at the New Atlantis Free Star Embassy.
В бібліотеці.
Taking a break? How's it going?
Похожий на Тода Говарда.
Хіба що зачіскою.
А вдруг він теж жадний.
got my eye on you.
If you don't like the suit, I highly recommend wearing something appropriate.
I better do this right. I'm not supposed to talk about my work.
If you happen to see Lyndon on this floor, give a girl a heads up.
Don't wander into any restricted areas.
I used to do
Три глядача.
Уй. Добрий вечір.
You're lost. I have a job tomorrow.
The latest interception repeat also set records in production costs and delays.
If this shift doesn't end soon,
Що тобі скажу, у тебе дуже успішний канал.
В якому плані?
Що кількість глядачів на кількість підписників такий гарний відсоток.
get some
Ей.
investors.
Андрюха, в чарухи.
Welcome to the Extra Lounge.
Кого?
Чарухи.
Які рухи? А. Тепер я поняв, що це. Виглядає трешово.
Окей.
А я буквально недавно бачив цю рекламу цих презервативів стару. Помниш там, де чувак ішов на побачення, а за ним чувачки з білими шапочками йшли.
Ні, не знаю
Багато.
такого.
All these years,
Блін, ну
Lou hasn't
це
let
крінжова
this place
реклама
up a
із,
single notch.
напевно, нульових.
Man knows how to run a business.
Як наступного разу вона мені попадеться випадково, я тобі скину.
As do you. Tell me, you don't happen to work for Infinity Ltd, do you?
Треба було зберегтись.
Got something against Infinity, I take it. I'd love to hear your reasons why.
Що таке ОТД?
Одна із форм компанії.
Угу.
Це як українською ТОВ.
Угу.
Товариство з обмеженою відповідальністю.
Hearing that is like nails on a chalkboard for someone in my position. But
А на що ти
guessing you
хотів
know that.
зберігатись?
You definitely have my attention.
Бо я можу його не переконати, а я хочу його переконати.
А ти що, сейф скамер?
Мені все одно.
А, так мило.
Of course I'm in the business of making money. But I'm also in the business of
Я до
information.
сих пор в повній мірі
And
не
that
ушов
statement
від цих
gives me
скамів.
nothing.
Але вже набагато краще, ніж раніше.
Мені складно тебе слухати і слухати, що каже чувак. Я почув тільки набагато складніше, ніж раніше.
Це факт.
I've never been much of a gambling man, and I'd rather not start. At least not in my profession. Look, it was nice meeting you, and I quite enjoyed our little talk. But it sounds like I need to take another look at some data before I head into this presentation of theirs. See you around, and maybe next time I'll be doing business with you.
Ну, атмосферу вони прикольно зробили різних місць. Особливо, якщо ходити повільно. Аби трохи швидше, ніж так повільно можна було ходити, було б прикольно. Тут воно більш реалістично виглядає. Бо коли така швидкість бігу, як у...
You know I went to chef school. This ain't
Боже.
exactly where I saw myself.
Як у Кіберпанку, то воно таке собі.
My time
Велика
is far
шишка.
more valuable than you can possibly imagine. So this better be important. Can't I even get a moment of peace? What is it? Not that it's any of your business, but yes. I'm the administrator of Neon. Actually, there are a lot of perks that come with the job. But do you want to know my favorite? One snap of my finger and people who ask too many questions get thrown off of the upper platform. I love that one. I wouldn't normally bother with idle
Я не знаю,
chatter.
чого не всі
But that's
бородаті
such a
персонажі
ridiculous
виглядають більш
question. I'm going to
реалістично, ніж
gift you with a
жінки.
response. I don't own Neon. Neon is the property of Xenofresh Fisheries, of which I just happen to be the
Цього
CEO and
чувака
the
очі
major
прямо
majority
справжні.
stakeholder. Now, if you'd care to take a moment to dissect that statement in your tiny little mind, I'm confident you'll discover the answer to your question. We're done here.
Can't be a...
Нічого, enjoy.
Only making things worse.
І плей гра.
Finally, things are getting It's not worth it.
This is murder! You're on... You and I have something important to discuss.
Нані.
My time is far more valuable than you can possibly imagine.
I'm sorry. Do I know you? Yes, unfortunately. I wish I could say it was all pleasure. But I do have a business meeting to attend later. Quantum synergies. I assume you have heard of us. It is nice to see you are familiar with our business. That would be Infinity Ltd. Risky, you say? By all means, enlighten me. I beg your pardon. Quantum synergies is the embodiment of quality. If I had any reason to believe Infinity Ltd was incapable of meeting our standards, we never would have agreed to meet in the first place. Stability is something that can be instructed. I have little concern when it comes to leading Infinity in a future partnership. An offhanded statement, but when it comes to public perception, it does give me cause for concern. A surprising conversation, and one I would never expect from someone such as yourself. I suppose the old saying, never judge a book by its cover, is appropriate here. It seems I have quite a bit to reconsider now. So it looks like the pleasure aspect of my trip needs to be postponed. Thank you for the insight.
You definitely know your way around a lock.
Not sure if those Varun zealots.
Now is the time to enhance your life, guaranteed. So go out.
Такий контраст.
Між бізнесом і вулицею.
Угу.
Тут ще є вулички з багнючкою. Вон Девестер.
На цій же ж планеті.
Ну, це на іншій планеті, але все одно. На цій планеті рибку продають. В бідних районах. Там ще веселіше. Взагалі це...
Тут
Що?
вулична їжа є.
Є? Ну там так і кажуть. Питаєш, я хоч не помру, якщо я їсти, вони кажуть, ну, мінімальні стандарти. Ми дотримуємося, принаймні нам кажуть так казати.
Well, that wasn't too bad, was it?
Звучить смачно.
Don't worry. We have people specifically focused on success probability. According to their reports, the combination of talking points plus the distribution that would be caused by the altered presentation gives us a 92.7% chance of success. Overall, not bad for your first high-profile assignment. You even earned yourself a bonus, which Lyndon was more than happy to give.
That's exceptionally kind of you, Imogene.
Don't tell me you forgot already. Our financial guru? They're brilliant with numbers. Also, if you ever want an honest opinion about anything, just ask them. They're honest to a fault, and often give their opinion on something whether you want it or not. It's well deserved. Just keep making me look good, and there'll be more where that came from. But no rest for the weary at Ryujin. We've got a decent backlog of assignments, and they just keep coming, so I hope you're still good to go. At least this next one will be a break from all the chatter. Your next assignment is to remind the competitor of their place in the corporate food chain. Some call it retaliation, but we like to think of it as tough love. Let's just say we don't tolerate theft or smear campaigns against us. If you want to steal in this industry, you better not get caught. And if you want to tarnish our good name, you better be ready for repercussions. Not quite. When you uploaded that virus onto KeltCorp's network, that was a warning intended to slow down their internal productivity. KeltCorp suffered the effects of that silently, although I guarantee they endured some serious client complaints. This assignment is about making our target look completely negligent in the public eye. Most corporations live and die by public perception. Trusted products lead to a good reputation, which leads to profits. And, like it or not, we're all here for the profits. Your assignment is to plant an ARC device. The ARC will allow us to frame our competitor for gross negligence and tank the public's perception. ARC stands for Assault, Reprogram, Corrupt. We think of it as a multi-tool of sorts. The ARC locates hard wiring and manipulates the information current being sent back and forth. Depending on the situation, it's designed to do all sorts of things, but inevitably, they all result in malfunction. You can call it what you like, but most importantly, it's your next assignment. Good. All you need to do is plant the ARC on the service panel of your target. We can handle the rest from here. Do your best to make sure you aren't seen. The key is to make this look like a malfunction. And good luck. Keep it up, and you'll probably have my job soon.
Keep out of my way, and I'll keep out of yours.
I'd hate to be on Miss Salzo's bad side.
This intel could blow a whole operation out of the water.
Do you have time to talk?
Don't cause any trouble. Don't wander into any restricted areas.
Don't cause any trouble.
I'm gonna feel so much safer with one of those drone security robots.
Yeah, and the kids are going to love it.
Salesperson.
Fire up your hand scanner. I bet you'll find plenty here to catalog.
I don't want to hear any complaints. Keep an eye on your valuables. If you can't protect your own, you don't belong here. But we'd be dust except for the factory. Off-worlders, nothing ever good comes from them.
Just keep it holstered and we'll get along fine.
Welcome to Hope Tech. How may I help you? Miss Anaya can take care of you. She's to my left on this floor. If you have an appointment with Ron Hope, he's on the top floor. He's very busy, so if you don't have a meeting scheduled, he may not be available. Have a nice day.
Деякі місії нагадують Хітмана. Знаєш, з деякими варіантами проходження.
Та це узнаєш пізніше, і ти коли вже щось перепроходив?
Ну, я вже проходив таке. І точно знаєш, там декілька варіантів було. Ну, воно от. Більше інформації ти збереш, тим краще. Можна, можна піти брутфорс, а можна там піти дізнатись про характер чувака, про забаганки, про те, який одяг любить і так далі.
Can I help you? Welcome to Hope Tech Sales. Give me your invoice. You got the financing set up already?
Якщо я резко задавлю храпака, вариант А кричи в ответ, вариант Б выкинешь
Well, what you need to know about our ships is they're from stern-about, built for reliability. Upstart yards might got glitz or some weird crazy lines.
Вариант С узнающий
You
характер.
get people that care about you making that 300th freight run safely and on time. Listen, this whole system was nothing until Ron Hope came here. He gave us a purpose, a mission. Something we could be proud of. To us, this job is life. And the quality of what we make shows it. A smart person chooses substance over form every time. Sound familiar? So what are you in the market for? Certainly.
Оце кораблик. Шість тисяч. 6 тисяч.
А скільки кружечка коштує?
Ну, щоб ти розумів, ось мій корабель. В нього 420.
Ціна?
Об'єм. Речей таскати можна.
А ти вже займався комерцією?
Ні. Це занадто дорого. Йоу. Ця хрень противна, ще більш противна собака з автоматом. Ну, то, що стріляється, ще й бігає, що дурно і гризеться. Тянув ножку.
Що?
Тянув ножку.
Відчуваю.
Ну, прикольно, тут статистика є. Введений ніяк не заходив. Тому що сюди, напевно, можна було не залазити, а зайти якось зсередини. Ти вже спиш?
Whoa, 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 what?
Hi, how you doing?
Ой, логіка.
Be careful if you run into those ecliptic jerks. They fly around like they own the settled systems, and they like to use overfighters. So,
Hold it right there. You're under arrest.
be careful if you run into those ecliptic jerks. They fly around like they own the settled systems. And the ones left over from the colony.
As long as you keep the peace, you're good in my book.
We should stick to the main plaza, unless you like getting soaked by the rain.
What is it?
Hey there, got an update for me? Are we talking or what? Are you even listening? Good work. Now I can let Masako know how much she'll enjoy watching the news tonight. Now, on to the next, right? Oh, but before I forget, the results of your Astral Lounge escapades are in. I'm happy to say that the deal was officially called off. Masako was pretty happy about the results, so she arranged for a small bonus through Linden. It won't buy you a new ship, but it's something. My sources tell me it was a train wreck. Once her numbers didn't match up, Arthur was all over her with questions. It didn't take long for her to break composure, and that's when she lost Zola. So you could say that presentation went perfectly, as far as we're concerned. Hence the bonus. You earned it. So, back to business. In order to stay on top of the market, we have to know what our competition is doing. The next assignment requires a more brute force approach, since the chances of them sharing that information is unlikely. Oh, we definitely are. But why stay one step ahead when you can just leave the competition in the dust? We reverse engineer their plans, create a superior product, and beat them to market. We make the initial profit with less investment in R&D, and our competition is forced to reevaluate if their product is even viable. Correction. You are going to steal from them. Don't forget, if you get caught, Ryujin will deny all knowledge. Call it what you want, but it's your job nonetheless. Your target is a prototype schematic for a new engine that Trident Luxury Lines is working on. According to the rumors, it's projected to be 17% more efficient than any engine on the market. The current schematic was sent to their star yard to begin prototyping, so they could be in the office area or the factory floor. The star yard is a mix of sales floor and manufacturing. If you're looking to blend in, you've definitely got options. It's not too far, in Aquila's orbit, so hopefully your ship's ready. The Trident Star Yard orbits Aquila in the Cheyenne system, so you'll still be in Freestar space. I feel bad for whoever gets to inform the executives about the theft of something so valuable. Just remember to keep things clean. The results are more satisfying that way.
There's something I need to talk to you about. I have an important personal decision to make, but I need to discuss something with you first. Phew, thank you. So, where to start? Before I was with the Navigator Corps, I was career military, part of the United Colonies Navy. When the Colony War broke out, I was posted as the chief navigator on a warship, the Dauntless. Then you were right. I didn't want to go into detail before because, well, just hear me out. There was a particularly bloody battle. We were fighting over a world in the Eta Cassiopeia system. Worst fighting I'd ever seen. We lost 12 ships that day. 12. Including my own. Economic reasons. Several of the worlds in the Cassiopeia system were mineral rich. Both sides wanted to drop refinery outposts on the surface to bolster their supply. With hundreds of lives lost on both sides, I'd argue there were no winners at all. Now let me finish. The ship was barely intact. The captain and first mate died the previous day, which put me in command. A shrewd captain would have called for the crew to abandon ship, but I was so angry. I wanted to stay. I needed to fight. The Dauntless was a tough little ship. No shields and the hull was breached, but it still had power. And weapons. That's why I remained in the battle. Huge mistake. I believe you. But you haven't heard the worst of this. We fought for hours, but the damage was fatal. I gave the order to abandon ship and the crew piled into the escape shuttle. As the shuttle launched, I could see it was damaged. I heard screams before the radio cut. And last thing I saw, they were spiraling helplessly towards the planet's surface. There was nothing I could do. Thank you. But condolences can't reverse what I've done. I was caught up in the moment. An inexperienced captain making rash decisions that cost people their lives. My superiors. When the dust settled, the United Colonies gave me a medal. Can you believe that? A damn medal! I never even had a chance to find the shuttle wreckage and give my crew a proper burial. After I checked every section of the ship for wounded crew, I took the other escape ship. If I hadn't, I would have died. The Dauntless came apart minutes after I escaped. That's true, but still, it doesn't erase the real issue here. Remember when you said no one but me would have pushed harder to keep the Navigator core going? Well, this time, pushing too hard cost lives. Don't you get it? Everything I do, everything I touch, somehow falls apart. That's why I'm worried about us. Look, it's clear the two of us are becoming more than partners. We're becoming close friends. Even though I've pushed people away in the past, I feel different when I'm around you. I feel safer, comfortable, not afraid to admit who I am. I'm terrified I'm going to screw that up. After everything you've heard, all my stories, you still have faith. No one's ever cared about me this much. Not even Aja. I'm counting on that. Look, I think I've said all I can handle for now. Thank you for being there, for listening to me when I needed it the most. I'll never forget this. I promise.
Welcome to Freestar Space. We're gonna do a quick scan for contraband. You can be on your way. Scan complete. Go ahead and land.
Hello, Captain.
Got some business here?
I'm not certain why we're visiting this star yard. It's doubtful any of us have the credits to afford these overpriced vessels.
Hey there. Welcome to Trident.
The galaxy must see.
My latest masterpiece.
This is where the magic happens.
Behave yourself.
Greetings, Captain.
Clamps released.
You ever hear that one about the door?
Just the person I wanted to see. You got that schematic? Good work. R&D's been looking forward to this one. I need to deliver this to Vina so she can start the reverse engineering process, but first, Ularu wants to see you. I've upgraded your security level so you can access the executive floor, where her office is. Tell her assistant Maeve you have an appointment. I won't be far behind, in case you get lost.
That is an absolutely gorgeous statue. The craftsmanship, it's unparalleled. I wonder if it was hand-carved.
This deal, Ryujin certainly spared no expense on their exec floor.
The custodians just finished polishing everything. Keep your hands to yourself, if you don't mind. You must be in someone's good graces to be invited up to the executive floor. I'm happy to help. Where can I point you?
The executive floor houses all of Ryujin's board members, with the exception of Dr. Kalra, who's located in research and development. Miss Chen's office is up the stairs to your left, then a quick walk down the hall and up another flight of stairs. They're hard to miss. Her office is right across from CEO Imada's. Her assistant, Maeve, can direct you if you get lost.
Anything else I can help you with?
Again, happy to help.
Enjoy your day. I hope you find who you're looking for. I hope you have a pleasant day.
I think that was the single most stressful experience.
Can I help you? Name an appointment. Confirmed. Ularu is wrapping up a meeting with Genevieve. You can wait here or in the lobby area. I'll let you know when she's ready to see you. I see Imogene Salso is supposed to be with you.
I'm right here, Maeve.
Good. It should just be a moment. Well, sooner than I thought. Looks like Ularu's ready now.
That leaves us with only one option.
God, Ularu, is that always your response? I don't want another PR mess on my hands.
Yes, Viv, because you're too good at your job. No, we can talk details later. My next appointment's here.
Fine, but you can break this news to Alexis at our next meeting.
Keep out of my way and...
Good. You're finally here. The one I've been hearing so much about. I'm Ularu Chen, head of operations here at Ryujin. So tell me, what do you think of your new job so far? In that case, it sounds like our initial impression of you is turning out to be quite accurate. Now, my dear Jeannie here says you've been through the basics of what we do and pulled off success every time.
5 successful standard assignments and 1 specialized.
And on top of all that, a flawless record. It's no wonder they love you up here. I happen to have a personal assignment that I'd like to send you on. One that involves meeting up with an outside contact. Jeannie seems to think you're more than capable of handling it.
He's the best operative I've ever hired.
Let's not forget the only operative you've ever hired. Meeting with outside contacts isn't always as straightforward as your past assignments. Some can be fickle or demanding, so you'll need to decide how to handle them and what decisions to make on the fly. I'd use the word trust loosely. We maintain a relationship of sorts. Those who come through get paid, and those who don't, well, they won't live to regret it. Good, because if not, I can't imagine we have much use for you here at Ryujin. Your contact is Simon Rychek. He claims to have information on a new project that Infinity Ltd is working on. He said it's a game changer that Ryujin would be especially interested in. So his asking price is the big thing to consider. Finance will reimburse up to 1,000 credits. So if you have negotiation skills, use them. Simon's been working with us for years, so he'll pose no threat to you. He's paranoid, which is why I assume he's never been caught. But his information is typically worth it. Now, in order to confirm your identity, Simon prefers code phrases. I'll let Jeannie give you the details on this one because the concept is just beneath me.
Simon is into sports, so he enjoys any opportunity to talk about them. At some point, he'll casually say, "Looks like the Galactic Raiders are the #1 pick for the Universal Championship this year." You get to respond with, "Razor Derby is the only real sport." Got it?
Oh my god, you corporate types never cease to amuse me. Now I feel like I'm trapped in some kind of spy thriller B-movie.
They're a batball team that sucks. They have about as much chance of winning the Universal Championship as Aurora does of going legal outside of Neon. Simon despises batball though, which is why he crafted that response you give in return. According to Simon Rychek, it's the only real sport in the galaxy. But if you want a lesson in sports, just ask him. Movies are more my thing when it comes to entertainment. You'll find him in Sidonia, so I hope your ship's fueled. Just look for him above the Lux condos in the plaza.
You spoke very highly of this one, Jeannie. Let's hope he doesn't make a liar out of you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some things to take care of.
Thanks for the vote of confidence.
Unless we're picking up parts at Deimos or digging for minerals, I hope you have a good reason for landing here.
Building Sidonia completely underground was a clever way of keeping the city shielded from the harsh Martian landscape. Sidonia can have a depressing effect on some people. Make make sure to get yourself help before it becomes a problem.
Can't wait to get out of this place. You lost? Or just come to ask an out-of-work miner how his day's going? Yeah. I just wish Sidonia had a bit more to offer while I'm trying to enjoy my unemployment. Not much in the way of entertainment around here. Speaking of, looks like the Galactic Raiders are the #1 pick for the Universal Championship this year. You're damn right it is. I heard they were sending someone new. Nice to see you made it. I have information on a deal being proposed between Infinity Ltd and Deimos Stockyards. It's my belief that your employers would be highly interested in the details. So I'm upping my price. It's steep, yes. But that is why I'm also offering a little side job if you can't pay up.
Well, that's a bit of a steep price for the information. I think you're overreaching.
For this little tidbit? Believe me, I know exactly what this is worth. I like the way you think. Perhaps. All right, I'll lower the price. But that's my final offer. Unless you may prefer the side job now? You're going to like it. As you may guess, being an informant is not without its risks. I've heard there's a merc in Saturn's orbit who'd like to cross my name off her list. Milai Liskova. If you take her out and bring me her gun as proof, I'll consider my fee to be waived. She's a freelance mercenary, used to work for Inception Technologies. But she likes her independence, so she went into business for herself. She specializes in killing for the right price. So before you get any second thoughts, you should think of it as doing the settled systems a favor. Liskova has a sentimental attachment to that gun. He even named it Ember. She'd never just hand it over. It saved her life once or twice. Seems whenever it falls into enemy hands, it has a tendency to backfire or jam. On top of that, she's superstitious, which makes the gun all the more precious to her.
Now wait a moment. I don't believe murdering bounty hunters was included with the corporate job description.
Good. Malai's ship is called the Datura, and like I said, you can find her in orbit around Saturn. Sidonia, what the... You lost? Yeah. I just wish Sidonia... Not much in the way of... Speaking of... You're damn right it... I have information. It's my bill. It's steep.
Oh, that's a bit of a steep...
For this little... Huh. Let's not overlook that this could be the only time we do business. All right, I'll look. As you may get, I've heard there's a if you take. She's a free, but she likes her independence. She's special. Liskova has it saved her life.
This bounty hunter thing isn't our problem. We're not your personal bodyguards.
Well then, let's see those credits. I knew you'd see reason. The information I have is on a deal for something called Project Dominion. I'm giving you 2 slates. They contain surveillance and interaction data for Stanley McMillan, the Infinity rep, that I obtained myself. I'm also giving you a 3rd slate because you're going to need to download the files on Project Dominion off his computer yourself. Best guess is it has something to do with Infinity getting into the neuroamp business. Stanley McMillan seemed to think Ryujin would be the one company threatened by this news, so their entry must involve something big. Nice doing business with you.
Draw the short stick at work or what? Infinity sent me to get Deimos to bite on a deal. He's even got a catchy code name. Project Dominion.
Sounds like world domination to me, buddy. I'd buy into that in a heartbeat.
Right? I'm telling you, this Project Dominion is the real deal. We ought to be selling this to Inception or Quantum.
Hell, you should be in the Astro Lounge making Ryujin Industries beg for that tech.
Ha! That'd be the greatest irony of them all, but not this baby. Dominion is finally gonna put Infinity first. We'll beat Ryujin at their own game.
Did you know Deimos makes the majority of the ships for the UC Navy? If you ask me, that's a...
Never could get the hang of hacking. I prefer a more direct approach myself.
Well, that took longer than expected. I hope whatever information Simon had was worth it. You've got a little spark in you. I like it. Now, let's see if what Mr. Rychek found was worth all the fuss. Give me a moment to run a decryption. Let's see. Got the key, deciphering, and done. Well, well, well. Looks like our friend Simon wasn't joking. This is a sales initiative for Project Dominion. It's not an Infinity Ltd design. It's one of ours. They didn't even bother to scrub the name, meaning someone never thought they'd get caught. Come with me. Masako needs to hear about this.
Keep out of my way, and I'll keep out of yours.
Don't wander into any restricted areas.
Hey, Ularu? What is this about? Who is this?
This is our latest junior operative. I sent him on an assignment to rendezvous with an informant. But here's the real news. Infinity Ltd has gotten their hands on Project Dominion.
Impossible.
Not only that, they're trying to sell it under their own name.
Of course they are. We need fines to investigate this immediately. Since you found this information, I am trusting you to help investigate. You see, Project Dominion is confidential. It requires a high security clearance to even know it exists. If Infinity Ltd has obtained any information on it, that means we have a very well-connected mole within our corporation. I suppose, since we're trusting you in this investigation, I can give you some details. Project Dominion is our latest advancement in neuroamp technology. Our current neuroamps are all external devices, but Project Dominion would be the first surgically implanted internal neuroamp on the market. The project itself was nearing completion, which is why exposing the mole is of utmost importance. We can't allow any more research to fall into their hands. Because you exposed this information, I have little reason to suspect you. That won't mean you'll be exempt from investigation, of course.
My goodness, Ryujin has a mole problem. Huh. And here I thought your screening process would weed those individuals out. Such a shame.
Exactly. I want you to go see Dalton Fines, our chief security officer. I'll send him the details. You've brought an enormous security violation to our attention, so I trust your help in any way possible. And thank you. Some operatives may have seized this as an opportunity for extortion. It's good to know your loyalty lies with us.
Dalton's going to be on the job hunt if we can't figure this one out.
Eugen CEO is no joke. They know how to make a client feel weird. Don't cause any trouble.
Good. You're here. So, thanks to your work in Sidonia, I'm told someone here has leaked information on Project Dominion to our adversaries at Infinity Ltd. A mole within the company means a failing in my department. We're initiating Security Directive Theta, which means a full sweep of every employee in this building, Masako and myself included. Directive Theta allows for a third party to conduct the sweep. This way, the results can be objective. It's certainly a failing. But for now, we're focusing on redemption. Directive Theta has one unique case, and that's Ularu Chen. The directive calls for a specialized programmer known as Nix to investigate her. But he'll need your assistance for an unusual assignment. Ularu has the ability to thwart any investigation, so it's imperative she knows nothing about this directive. Her knowledge and talents are why she's the chief of operations. So she is the best equipped to evade detection. Believe me, if this mole slipped past us, it would have slipped past anyone. I won't go into the nature of our practices, but our methods are second to none. Nix will be giving you a program to run on Ularu's computer that will pull any data needed to prove her guilty or innocent. Your job is to infiltrate Ryujin Tower as an anonymous outsider in order to run this program completely off the books. This means your keycard will be turned off, and the security guards in the building will consider you to be trespassing. We employ over 100 members of our security team who rotate floors and shifts. It's possible you'd be recognized, but even so, my orders will be strict. Authorized security personnel only. And you certainly won't qualify, making you an immediate suspect. If you get caught, the guards will follow standard procedure and lock you up in a cell for questioning. Provided you don't provoke them. And I strongly advise against provoking them. These are your fellow employees. We want this to go as smoothly as possible. At least one of us is. In the meantime, I'll ensure all non-essential employees, Ularu included, have left the building, claiming routine security maintenance. During that time, I'll be unlocking access to the tower's ventilation system, which you can utilize to help avoid detection. I'm also issuing you a disruptor, which should help in avoiding casualties should a worst-case scenario turn up. it concerns me that you don't know. A disruptor is a non-lethal weapon. Our subsidiary, Arboron, makes an excellent one that I'll be issuing you. It will stun your target, giving you a chance to get away. But you'll only have so much time before the effects wear off. Ularu doesn't know about Directive Theta, but she'll fully expect a building closure while we investigate. As far as she knows, it's standard procedure. One that she no doubt has already made accommodations for. This is why we're bringing in a third party. She won't be expecting to go up against Neon's best. And it's also why secrecy is of utmost importance. Not even our own security detail can know, in case the information leaks.
I'll keep a watchful eye and make certain your employee doesn't go on some kind of rampage.
Good. No one can know about this, not even our own guards. So stealth will be of utmost importance. In fact, as much as I appreciate the words of your associate here, you may be better off heading in alone. Any precautions to mitigate risk should be taken. You'll meet Nix at Madame Sauvage's place. He knows Directive Theta has been enacted.
The custodians just finished.
Got the call, someone's down.
That side's a bad place for tourists these days.
Look, I ain't gonna stand around here all day, right?
Quit hovering. You're gonna make people nervous. You got an appointment? 'Cause if not, consider this area reserved.
Still cheaper than buying it at the Astro Lounge.
Only when I meet someone for the first time. I like to meet strangers in public for safety reasons. I'm sure you get it. So why not in my favorite bar? Wow, nice to meet you too. Good thing you aren't with marketing. I've written up a program just for the occasion, but as Ryujin knows, it's yours for either a price or a favor. Oh, I'm pretty sure it's not. Ryujin is my second best long-term client. I do get an awful lot of business from you folks. I hear you. I'm trying to be reasonable here. All right, you win. No wonder Ryujin hired you. A pleasure, as always. Your job is simple. Just run this little beauty on Ularu Chen's computer, and the program will take care of the rest. Once you're done, bring the slate back to me at my place. Whatever encryption Ularu has is bound to take some real work. More than my little setup here can handle. It's nice to see you know more than just sneaking around and talking a good game. Here's the slate. I'll be waiting.
Yeah? Take your time.
Keep your eyes peeled. Engaging suspect! Someone's out there. Don't be stupid! Stop! Now! Ryujin security. No sudden moves. Nice try, but the building is off limits. You sure didn't get in by any authorized means. I'll be the judge of that. Look, I'd like to help, but... Look, I'll trust you, but if any of us catch you on another floor, we'll shoot first and ask questions later. him down! Was that?
Ну, як туди добиратися? Чи не ясно? Ага, слушайся. Це буде довго. Я чогось не розумію. Нащо мені сюди йти, якщо тут нічого нема? Там прикол. Ось чим фішка. Типу тут наверх. А ну. Ок. Якщо що, завантажу. Як я це люблю. Ого, ти робот. Реально, як туди взагалі добиратися? Чи без навичка? Цікаво, де напарниця лишилась. Ось ще й ногу підвернув.
Can I help? Lead the way.
I'd be happy to carry a few things for you. Talk to you later.
Neon's the only place where my talents are actually respected. So, you made it. Guess Ryujin's security really is slipping. No one will ever take down Ryujin. It's a credit cache for Bayou. If anyone wanted to take down Ryujin, it'd take more money than anyone's willing to pay. Otherwise, Bayou would never allow it. Now, I'll take that program back that I gave you, and let's give the data a look.
All of that money at their disposal and a cutting-edge megacorp like Ryujin can't prevent a hacker from leeching their data. Unbelievable.
The program I gave you to run on Ularu's computer basically opens an all-access backdoor for me. I can see everything and anything, so let's take a look. Ularu has some impressive encryption on her files. Not that I can't crack it, of course. Circumventing protections, running decryption. This should just take a moment now. Damn, I'm good. That went faster than I thought. I'm saving several files to a slate for Dalton, including access history and anything related to Project Dominion. Adding in new encryption for him as well, so he's the only one that can view these. And done. You're all set. Interesting stuff. Good thing I'm well paid. I've got the new encrypted slate. Let me tell you, it looks like fun times ahead for Ryujin. Technically, I'm not supposed to look, but it's kind of hard to not see what's going on while running all my software. You do that. Here's the slate. As usual, always a pleasure doing business with Ryujin.
Got the shakes, huh? Don't worry, Doc Man.
What can Reliant Medical do for you?
That obvious? Yeah, haven't zoned in like a week. My whole body.
Oh my goodness, another poor soul. All right, tell me what happened to you. Is it an Aurora overdose? Something else, perhaps?
He isn't gonna, you know, rat me out to anyone, right?
You kidding? No one cares if you're addicted to the...
That's a very wise choice. Since you're clearly a first-time visitor to Reliant Neon, I'd love to offer you a free checkup, but I'm afraid I'm dangerously low on supplies.
I'll just rest until the doc's ready to talk to me.
Oh, I have supplies to sell. I just can't afford to give any of them away for free. You see, I'm a bit at odds with the current administrator of Neon. His drug is turning the streets into a graveyard, and he doesn't seem to care. We've argued about it on more than one occasion, and all he's done is try to persuade me to quit. Thinning out my supply chain is his newest tactic. There is, actually, but it requires outside assistance. At this point, I've resorted to asking anyone that has a ship registered outside of the Volii system to bring me medical supplies. I pay them for the supplies, of course, but it's the only way I can sneak them past Bayou's people at the spaceport. Now, if there's anything else I can do for you, anything at all, you just let me know. That would be amazingly helpful. It's a relief to meet someone who gives a damn about anyone other than themselves for a change. Oh, and I'll pay you directly for the supplies, of course. It's the only way I can sneak them past Bayou's people at the spaceport. As much as I'd like to believe that, let's wait and see how you feel after you make the delivery. Anyway, I have a contact over at the clinic in the Narian system. Abby Edding? She's one of the nurses there. She'll get you started. Thank you so much for doing this. You have no idea how helpful it'll be for the poor folk that live in Ebside. Feel free to take a look. All right, let's examine you. Honestly, I'm surprised you're walking around like this. Nothing a little needle and thread can't fix. I've seen worse. Not very often, though. Hold on to something. There. Good as new. More or less. If you need help, remember Reliant.
Not interested.
This could be the most important meeting of my career.
You have the files. Well, I assume success is in order. I had a few reports, but at least nothing that set off any red flags. I figured as much. Lucky for us, he doesn't have any motive to use this information against us. Now, let's see what we have here. I didn't think it was possible. But someone's been accessing Ularu's files remotely. It's quite a complicated trace, too. I'm impressed Nix was able to track all of this. Damn. And there's our culprit. Imogene Salzo, senior operations specialist, and one of the few I had in mind for who could pull this off. Well, the motive could be anything. Credits, grudges, even boredom. Either that, or she's highly displeased with someone at the company.
Imogene? She doesn't seem the type. But maybe that's her tactic. If she had me thinking that way, perhaps it proves that she's a master manipulator.
Well, before we make any harsh decisions, I'll need to question her myself. I want you to head to her office and escort her here. We have to make sure she doesn't try anything before I have a chance to speak with her. If she runs, the guilt will be apparent. And you'll have no choice but to dispose of her. As much as I'd like you to subdue her and bring her in, Imogene would never allow it. She knows what fate lies ahead for those who betray this corporation and get caught. I just want to avoid a scene. Sending you keeps the rumor mill at bay. Good. When you're dealing with corporate workers, discerning the truth from the lies is the hardest part.
We should have it when you have it.
Ever since we talked about the Battle of Cassiopeia, I can't get what happened out of my mind. Was it that obvious? I thought I could handle these memories, but until I return to Cassiopeia, I'll never be able to put this to rest. I would like that. Actually, I need that. One problem, though. Pinpointing the crew's shuttle wreckage is going to be like trying to find a grain of salt in a sandbox. I think we need to start by locating my old campsite on Cassiopeia 1. What's there to tell? I survived. My crew didn't. Still, I'll never forget my finger hovering over that launch button. Would I launch safely, or explode into a fireball? It turned out that my shuttle had just enough power to allow an emergency landing on the planet's surface. I had no other choice. Hold on. I don't know the exact location of my survival campsite. For that, we are going to have to head to Mast and see if we can get the information from my old friend, Admiral Logan. Your instincts are right on target. Logan and I butted heads more than once during my time with the Navigator Corps. We've never seen eye to eye. Look, I hope this isn't asking too much. Last thing I want to do is drag you into some kind of personal crusade. That's why I'm desperate for your help. Truth is, I'm scared. When I set foot on Cassiopeia, I don't know if I'll be able to handle what I find. If I begin to fall apart, I need someone I can trust to hold me together. I know you will. You've always been there when I've needed your help. Why you continue to support me, I'll never understand. I feel the same way about you. Oh, I've been so busy searching the stars for answers, I've overlooked what's been in front of me all this time. True friendship. Something I've denied myself for far too long. Traveling out here with you, I've discovered that friendships change by circumstance. I worked closely with Aja on long space voyages, so we became friendly. When she quit Constellation, the friendship ended. But I'm certain at this point, even if you and I were separated by a great distance, we'd never lose touch. You're right. I have. Hey, anyway, I've taken up enough of your time. I know you have a lot to do. I really appreciate your offer to visit Cassiopeia. Hopefully, it'll bring me the closure that I've needed for far too long.
I've got my eye on you. I've got my eye on you. I thought Imogen was supposed to be...
Try not to harass my techs too much. They have work to do.
Let me guess. Looking for Imogen?
I'm sure you can tell by now. She isn't here, which is a shame since I have several documents I need her to sign off on. She's always been the master of avoiding desk work. She hasn't stepped into the office since the maintenance closure, probably abusing her paid time off again. I know for a fact she doesn't have any external meetings or business trips. I'm not even sure that's any business of yours, but I do enjoy keeping close tabs on my counterpart. Dare I ask why you need to know? Aren't you the boring one? I have Imogen's last location at Frankie's Grab and Go, which we all know is a front for the Sioka Syndicate. You'll want to get executive sign-off if you plan on chasing after her. I'd say Dalton is your best bet.
Perhaps we need to get Dalton's permission to relieve ourselves as well. Good lord, this corporation keeps you on a short leash?
Is there an echo in the room? Yeah, Frankie's is a front. Crap convenience store on the outside, high-tech hideout on the inside. Of course, the only people that really know that are Ryujin, Bayu, and the Syndicate itself. Your guess is as good as mine, but she's up to something. I could tell she was trying to cover her tracks, but this is my job. And there's a reason I'm in charge of the technicians here. Good. I'd hate to see what sort of drama might get stirred up if you went around him. Or maybe I'd love it. Keep the workplace interesting, right? Word of advice. If you're planning on foregoing authorization and just tiptoeing your way to Imogene, park your friend at the door. Two's a crowd if you're trying to lay low. Good luck finding Imogene. Oh, and if you do catch up with her, be sure to let her know I had everything to do with it.
There's always work to be done. Pace yourself, but make it a fast one.
This intel.
My company's future. I'm riding on this deal.
I've been waiting for ages.
This deal could be huge.
No Imogene, I see. Could she really be onto us already? A good question. But with her abilities and connections, the possibilities are too many to speculate on right now. We need to find her first, and address that issue afterward. Of course, Yuko would know. If Imogene's with the Syndicate, I can't just send you after her. You'll need to speak with Benjamin Bayou. We have to make sure he's aware of the situation. If we're lucky, he may even help us get to Imogene. Bayou owns the Sioka Syndicate. For you to walk in there without discussing it with him first could be seen as a violation of our business relationship. Good, because without it, this adds a complexity that we do not have time for. Head over to the trade tower and be discreet. Let Bayou know that you're there on Ryujin's behalf. He may ask for credits or even a favor. Just give him what he wants.
Sounds lovely. Could we requisition a towel so we can wipe off all the slime after dealing with that repulsive man?
It shouldn't be for anything unfamiliar. Bayou is a businessman. Any favor he may request wouldn't be far off from the assignments you've already completed here. If you think my job has been easy since learning about the mole, let me educate you. We've been working around the clock on security upgrades, rerunning background checks, and combing through timelines. Just be sure to bring her back here in one piece. If she's truly the mole, she'll have a lot to answer to. If she resists or tries to run, we have no choice but to take it as an admission of guilt. I'm afraid you'll have to dispose of her.
Dispose of her? As a valued member of your corporation, she at least deserves the opportunity to explain herself.
Imogene may be a valued operative here, but that's what makes her equally dangerous. We're lucky enough to have her position now. But should she disappear, we may never have another chance.
Don't tell me a corporation like Ryujin isn't prepared to track a rogue operative throughout the galaxy.
Of course we're prepared, but the expenditure would be great. Our chances of finding her would only decrease with time. So elimination is the most efficient path. It's something I hope our mutual friend here will understand as well.
I'm glad you're willing to give Imogene a chance to speak for herself. She deserves that much, at least.
The risk of Imogene continuing to operate as a traitor is too high. If we don't dispose of her now, she could cause a great deal of harm to this company. She knows the consequences of betraying Ryujin, which makes her dangerous. If the situation does take a turn for the worst, I only ask that you perform a thorough search for any evidence she may have in her possession. I trust you won't let your past relationship cloud your judgment.
You must be in someone's good
Keep it moving.
You're out there a lot, right?
Stock rallied in aftermarket trading to new highs.
You didn't hear this.
I don't recall sending for anyone. What do you want? It's been a very beneficial partnership. As long as we continue to look out for our mutual interests, I can't complain. No. You can always make time when it comes to an old friend. So, what would be the reason? I may consider Ryujin an ally, but Dalton especially knows I don't give anything blindly. As long as it doesn't involve the Syndicate members themselves, I'll tell you what. I'll make sure the Syndicate lets you in hassle-free, provided you do a little something for me. And what mutual benefit would that be? Of course. Ryujin's success always pays out when it comes to Neon profits. Very tempting. But I prefer more immediate gratification. Finally, someone who gets it. All right. You talk a good game. And I suppose if we're looking at a mutually beneficial situation, there's no reason for me not to allow such a small favor. Check in with Ms. Moore at Frankie's. I'll send word along that you're to be expected, so she shouldn't give you any trouble. Fair warning, the Syndicate should let you search any common areas, but if anyone catches you snooping around private quarters, I'll just say, be prepared for some hostilities.
I'm not gonna say this twice.
Have your fun. Live your best life. We'll be here when you're ready.
Can I help you? Better have credits to spend. Oh, you're the one getting special treatment. Huh. I knew you was some sort of trouble. I've got one rule for you in there, so it shouldn't be hard to remember. 3rd floor is off limits. They catch you snooping around, and it's open season. I'm more of an honorary member. I let them take up residence in the back, keep things looking legit. They keep this business afloat, so finances don't keep me up at night. Don't worry, she wouldn't be allowed up there either. For the record, I'm only granting you access because I have to. You'll find that young lady you're looking for holed up in a room almost straight ahead. Just remember to keep your eyes on the prize. The less you consider this an open house, the better.
No funny business.
Back off.
Well, this amount of firepower is a bit of overkill, wouldn't you say?
I figured our paths would cross sooner or later. Not that I thought I was safe, but I never expected anyone to just slip by all the Syndicate here. I had a feeling you'd be the one to come after me. I know this doesn't look good, but I had no choice. Ularu set me up. Yes, I've been acting as a double agent, but because she ordered me to. The assignment was meant to deceive, not benefit. And Project Dominion is way above my pay grade. It'd be impossible for me to deliver it. At least, intentionally. Look, I only know about Project Dominion because I wanted to know exactly what I was being accused of leaking. But that tech is dangerous. An internal neuroamp that can theoretically control other people? If the evidence points to me, it's because Ularu used it to set me up. What better way to frame someone than to take control of their mind and have them actually perform the actions?
The existence of a device that can control a person's mind is terrifying. Imagine the horrors you could... Oh, never mind. I don't want to think about it.
Because she knows I'm the most believable target. I'm the only one at Ryujin with the skills to even come close to being able to pull off a job like this. Power, of course. Corporations maintain their success by any means necessary, but there are some measures Masako is reluctant to take. You may have noticed that none of your assignments directly involve murder. Masako reserves those actions only when it's absolutely necessary. Ularu sees this as a sign of weakness that needs to be dealt with. You want evidence? I've got it. Ularu has the skill to pull this off, but she's also been behind a desk for years now. I knew she'd miss something. This slate holds all the evidence against her. I just need you to deliver it to Dalton. It's the only way I can prove I'm innocent. Nix's contract limits his investigation to Ularu's computer and her network activity. I hacked into building security and was able to recover deleted records of her accessing the Project Dominion prototype. I guarantee the third-party company Dalton is using for his security directive Theta won't even notice it. I was hoping you would. I'm still going to lay low until I hear the coast is clear. As long as Ularu still thinks I'm on the run, she'll remain confident that her plan is working. And I know you don't hear it much around the office, but thanks.
So Ularu is the actual culprit. That complicates things. We're going to have to proceed very carefully, or else Dalton might send someone after us.
Try anything, you're dead.
I'm watching you.
Back out! You're gonna die, I got... Oh, I'm hit!
Paths would cross sooner or later. Not that I thought I was safe, but I never expected anyone to just slip by all the syndicate here. I had a feeling you'd be... I know this does... Ularu set me up, and Project Dominion is... Look, I only... An internal nerve... What better way to...
The existence.
Power, of course. You may have noticed that Masako reserved... Because she knows I'm the only one at Ryu. You want evidence? Ularu, this slave? Nyx's contract... I hacked into... I guarantee that... I was hoping you would. As long as Ularu... And, I know you...
So Ularu is the actual culprit.
That complicates...
Back off.
I know your type.
Well, look who's back. So tell me, what did you find out? Inside the Syndicate? That area's off limits, and I think we both know why. Imogene knew exactly what she was doing when she went there. If you think I'm paying for that information, think again. It's just a matter of time before it finds its way onto my desk, and I can be a very patient person. I had a feeling you'd say that. Enjoy your time with Dalton. It'll all trickle back to me sooner or later.
I hate waiting.
Is there something I can help you with?
Keep out of my way, and I'll keep out of yours. Eugen CEO is
You're back. And Imogene?
Is there something I can help you with? All right. This sounds like a closed-door conversation. Just a moment. Shutting the door and engaging locks. There. Now, is this some sort of joke? I thought Dalton was conducting a real investigation. And just where is this absurd notion coming from? Is this a game? I wasn't aware. Oh, sure. And I just take your word for it. I don't think so. Looks like someone's been brushing up on their corporate skills. Fine. Since it's just you and me here, I'll come clean. I leaked Project Dominion to Infinity Ltd. But I'm no mole. Please. It's insulting that you think I'd actually be working for someone other than Ryujin or myself. With the amount of secrecy and security surrounding that project, I'm happy to report that's true. You see, I'm not a mole. I'm an opportunist. And no one is more loyal to Ryujin than I am. Masako, on the other hand, is losing her touch. Ryujin needs strong leadership for what lies ahead. A CEO who can make the hard decisions. It's all part of my plan. But don't worry. Infinity Ltd will never be able to complete Vina's work. I made sure of that. Oh, I'm no traitor to Ryujin. I'm the one that's going to keep this company on top for decades to come. So, now that you know, it's time to see how good you are at making hard decisions. With your help, I can take down Masako and make the credits worth your while. So whose side are you on? Masako's or Ryujin's? Well, it seems we're at an impasse now. The only way you stop me from carrying out my plans to depose Masako is to kill me. You could try to get me fired, but that only delays my plans. Face it, this isn't a game you can win. Go ahead. I guarantee any evidence you have is circumstantial at best. I've created the perfect scapegoat in Imogene. It'd be your word against mine, and I'm pretty sure the odds are in my favor. I admit, I misjudged Infinity Ltd's level of competency. If only I'd have gone to see Simon myself, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. But I've learned from that mistake. So good luck. You won't find a thing.
This could be the most important.
You're back. And Imogene? I suppose you suddenly have all the facts now. This explanation better be good. I have a mind to fire you just for that comment.
Я відійду на хвильку.
Wake up. You were saying? Of course. We've scrubbed security footage and run through access card permissions and found nothing. The project itself is an enormous security risk, but our lead R&D engineer, Vina Kara, has been working on ways to mitigate this. I find it hard to believe Ularu would take the chance to incriminate herself. But if this slate provides indisputable evidence to corroborate your story, well, that's enough proof for me. It will be a relief to reinstate Imogene as well. Now, I need to undertake the laborious task of writing up a report to summarize all of this. In the meantime, Masako has requested your presence in R&D. She wants you to meet her in Vinakara's office. Vina's the head of our research and development team. She's the creator of Project Dominion, and often considered the protege of Ray Karis, Ryujin's founder. Just take the elevator down to research and development. You'll find Dr. Kara's office to your left as you enter the floor. Masako's been focusing on how to deal with Infinity Ltd and their knowledge of Project Dominion. I believe her plans rely heavily on you. Once I've examined this evidence, I may need your help in moving forward. And not a word about this to anyone. I'll present what I have to the board once I've completed a full report.
cause any trouble.
This deal could be good for
Don't wander into any restricted areas.
Are you sure you're okay?
I've got my eye on.
I'm a bit jealous of Ryujin's gorgeous design aesthetic. Or perhaps I should have their architects renovate the launch.
Yeah, I just need a few minutes to sort myself out.
If you intend to engage me in combat,
I need that Rothosite if we want to complete the neuroamp.
I'm just concerned the entire station was wiped out by something.
Don't worry, we'll figure it out and get that shipment back. Good, you're here. It's time to put a plan in motion to take full control of this situation with Infinity Ltd. The mole took priority. Now that Dalton has everything he needs, thanks to you, we're free to proceed. We don't know to what extent Infinity has taken the current neuroamp schematics, so our top priority is completing our own. Let me introduce you to Vina Kalra, Head of Research and Development. She'll give you the initial details.
Yes, details. You see, the internal neuroamp is supposed to consist of two parts. The first part, the part Infinity stole, handles the manipulative effects. The second part is a shielding modification designed to protect the user against other neuroamp users. Well, we can't, but the shielding aspect was never officially a part of Project Dominion. It was an afterthought of how to safeguard our own people from being manipulated, so it was being researched separately as a mod. The research itself was in early stages, too early for board approval, so only myself, DeMarcus, and Masako know about it. You got that right.
No one wants their greatest asset used against them. Once Vina can complete the internal neuroamp and shielding mod, the plan is to outfit you with both and have you infiltrate Infinity Ltd. We can't risk the assignment until we know your mind has the necessary protection.
I think implanting that device into your head is a mistake. But it's your choice, not mine.
We expect our employees to do whatever it takes to ensure Ryujin's success. Consider this an opportunity, not a risk. Besides, you're in good hands with Vina. As long as you work for us, you don't have a choice. I'm sure I don't have to remind you where the door is if you're not capable of handling this task.
You really don't have anything to worry about. The procedure is simple and safe. It's just a matter of getting the right materials. The final kink in both designs was finding compatible materials to use for conductivity that the human body wouldn't reject. I've finally created the perfect alloy, but it requires a newly discovered refined element called Rothosite.
Which is where I come in. We have a confidential contract with Consolidated Mining to gather, refine, and ship the Rothosite straight to us. Their last shipment is late, and neither we nor Consolidated Mining have had any communication with the Carinay station. My thoughts exactly.
We need you to head out there, secure the shipment, and bring it back here so Vina can complete her prototype. And I want to know what happened. We need to take any safety measures to make sure this doesn't happen again. Unfortunately, yes, so be prepared. Extensive tests and research were done on the planet, so the chances that this is environmental are slim. And setting up a station like this is second nature for consolidated mining, with plenty of redundancies in place to handle mechanical failures.
The mining station is CM Station RC-1. It's on a moon called Carinae 3A in the Carinae system. The shipment should be in the research and control tower, but the outside doors are kept locked down. This keycard will let you enter the mines so you can access the tower from the inside. Good luck.
Suppose I have.
Shield up and fire! Wrong place, wrong time. Shit. It's a bandit! Bandit! Yeah, right. Scanning. We're leaving. We're sorry. Faster! Thank you. Mantis. What's a mantis?
Must have been a good jump. We're still in one piece.
Unknown vessel. Prepare to submit to...
Wait, I know him. He's the one that helped on All-Ten 2. This is Captain Young. Please acknowledge. Anytime now. Nice to see you. Been busy risking your ass for total strangers, huh? You are one of the strangest creatures I've ever met. A veritable anomaly. Do I have to? Fine. Private Psy says hi. No more passing messages. Decorum, Marines. So, Command signed off on our unauthorized training mission. Sadly lost some men, but training accidents happen to the best of us. I stand by it. You'd make a hell of a Marine. But, damn proud to know you too. Command's shipping us off to parts unknown. But would you accept a final parting gift? farewell from some of your friends in the UC. A lot of good people owe you their lives. Maybe one day some of us can return the favor. Young out.
Landing initiated. Watch for flaring.
It's definitely not the kind of place I'd set up an outpost.
I am satisfied to see that you survived your most recent sleep cycle.
level of cold. Looks like we're in the clear.
Eliminate the enemy!
This reminds me of the bunks on a... If you're searching, then make it quick.
longer. Show me what you've got.
Well, I suppose they're not going to need it anymore.
Found ya! Look out!
I've heard about these tunnel-boring machines, but never had the opportunity to see one of them in person.
Carrying too many odds and ends. Time to let something go.
you don't mind, I'd like to speak. Bring me anything useful? Admiral Logan's office shouldn't be terribly far. Let's go.
Lifting off now. We're locking into orbit now. Jump complete.
You are entering United Colony space. Maintain course and prepare to be scanned. Scan complete. You are cleared to land at New Atlantis. Please enjoy your visit to Jemison.
So, were you eating at the Sage Brook? Or is it just a quick snap from the Terra Brew?
You know, there's nothing. Only the fuck.
seems like a small decision, but they all add up over time.
I keep telling them
paralyzing.
I am a
Never stop to
manager.
think about
I should be managing.
Buddy, it's coffee.
Well,
Take one, get out of
manager.
the way, and let us get on with our lives.
Premium cappuccino, double dairy,
Yeah,
and
sorry.
no whip? Sure.
I don't appreciate your tone. And no, I will not make whatever it is you just said. Because this place is a disorganized mess. What you asked me to do is literally impossible.
Oh, I understand impossible. Fine. You want to organize? There's a mop in the back. See if you can't organize a little floor cleaning operation. If you'd like a cup of coffee,
Outrageous.
please speak to one of our cashiers.
Could you please bother someone else?
Excuse me.
Hello, and welcome to Terra.
Certainly. Please take your time.
If you don't, there's a bit more in the back if you're not. Oh, please, take a look. Appreciate the business. If it belongs on your ship, thanks. And I can't take all the... If it weren't for him, I don't... Oh, please, take...
Thanks for shopping at Jemison Mercantile.
Nice clean dock, Captain.
Captain, greetings.
Ma'am, I'm just a courier.
I understand that. I'm not blaming you directly. Dr. Salvato, how long have you been here? And in that year, how many times have we had this conversation about late or missing shipments of supplies?
I believe this is the time.
Yes, that sounds right. 3 times. I will be making it very clear to your superiors that lives are at stake, and the clinic requires reliable transport. If your company cannot meet our needs, someone else will.
Yes, ma'am. Understood.
Thank you, Dr. Salvato. You may return to your duties. No matter how much we learn, we're only just barely staying ahead of the curve.
Thanks.
Welcome to the clinic. I'm Dr. Darvish, Chief of Medicine. Is there something I can do for you? Then I suggest you seek out one of the many other facilities available to walk-ins. I'm afraid we don't often deal with minor cases. We have a particular focus on astrovirology here, so the patients we take on tend to have unusual cases that require long-term care, and sometimes require unorthodox or experimental treatments. We have an excellent track record that speaks for itself, but it doesn't leave room for much else. If you absolutely require medical supplies, speak to Dr. Salvato. We have very limited resources I would consider extra, and he would be the one to distribute them. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of new worlds that humanity has set foot on. While many don't host some sort of life, there are more than enough that do. Any one of those worlds could be inhabited by all manner of pathogens, things we've never seen and have no idea how to treat. Someone has to try and stay ahead of what could be a very deadly curve. Here at the clinic, we do our best. If we do it right, no, not usually. An abundance of safety protocols are in place, and we have decades of experience. Ironically, this may be one of the safest environments in the settled systems. Would you now? Well, I suppose we could always use additional research specimens. The more data we have about what's out there in the settled systems, the faster we can diagnose novel illnesses. In theory, at least. I suppose we could consider you an independent contractor of sorts. Analgesics can offer some novel pathways in helping us manage our patients' pain. More examples from the worlds around us would be helpful. What we're looking for are basic organic substances. They could come from any number of flora or fauna on countless worlds across the settled systems. Just keep your eyes open as you travel and harvest things when you find them. Or frankly, if you can find them at a reasonable price somewhere, purchase them. I'm less concerned with the source than the materials themselves.
I hate this delivery run. Can't ever get here fast enough.
Yeah?
This area's off limits. Authorized personnel only. Yeah, I bet you do. I'm not falling for that. You're not getting past me. Yeah, sure they do. Not my problem. Look, if you need help, talk to someone in reception. Now get out of here before I arrest you. This area's off limits? Yeah, I bet you do. Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, okay, I get it. Fine, I'll issue you an access card. Infinity better get it together.
Captain on deck.
Sean, I don't want to go over this again. I'm tired, all right? Just not today.
You can't be okay with this, though, right? You took an oath, and I'd say this is a firm violation.
Look, we got that shipment. Although who knows what Faye expects me to do with it. But maybe approvals really are on the way. Now please, get back to Kai. Make sure his vitals are stable. I don't want to lose him. We'll figure this out. I promise.
Fine. But if we lose Kai, that's it. I'm going to SSNN. I don't give a shit about my career anymore.
You and me both. We better get that approval soon. Excuse me, but this is a restricted area. You need to leave. Your timing could be better. A little warning next time? I'll just take a moment to check up on my patient.
Say those Varun zealots worship a snake.
All crew accounted for. We're ready to depart.
Pressure normalizing. Undocking complete.
My mother wanted me.
Don't wander into any restricted areas.
Don't cause any trouble.
Warning. Criminal activity in this area will be...
Is that my beautiful shipment? You were right about this one, Masako. Looks like it. This should be more than enough. Now, I shall excuse myself and get to work on finalizing this prototype.
So, what did you learn about CM Station RC-1? The mercenary group? Only that you mean business if you hire them. They're not known for subtlety, and don't care if they leave a trail of bodies in their wake. I take it they were at the station? Lucas must be desperate if he hired them to collect the Rothicite. Were there any survivors? Our station on Carone 3A and Consolidated Mining's contract were both confidential. We had no reason to believe they'd be under any threat. Of course, we had no reason to believe we had a mole, either. With Ecliptic involved, the odds are slim. I'll send out another team to investigate. We need to make sure anyone who does survive is well taken care of. Now, I also had a report that you were spotted at the clinic. I take it you traced the shipment there? Dr. Lane? I believe Vina is familiar with his work, specializing in neurosurgery. Were you able to determine what he was doing at the clinic? The clinic serves all, but it can't be denied that they require credits to run. In most cases, the clinic is also the best choice for research. Not everyone has the resources to have decent medical facilities like us on site. Human trials? Without even completing his product? Ugh, Lucas must be insane.
To hell with corporations and CEOs and profit margins. People have died, and you aren't showing the least bit of remorse. Ugh.
I'll make sure Yuko's team extracts every bit of information they can from the clinic's database on this. Between hiring Ecliptic and unauthorized human trials, we have enough to take Lucas down for good. And with the Rotha site secure, it's almost time for us to make our move. Not long, according to her. She and DeMarcus have everything prepped and ready. I believe it's just a matter of creating the alloy and molding it according to her design. It certainly is. And it's also time to inform the rest of the board on the current situation. Head up to the executive floor and speak to Dalton. He has an update for you on the mole's identity. I've called a meeting, and I expect you to attend. It's time to put the final plan in motion.
I re-evaluated all the evidence. It took every resource I had, but the final answer is clear. Ularu is the mole.
I had a feeling Imogene wasn't responsible. That poor woman.
In due time. I'll be reaching out. Right now, we need her to remain in hiding. Yes, you made the right call. I've briefed Masako and discussed her plans on handling this. While we both agree Ularu is guilty, we need irrefutable evidence before presenting this to the board. For now, we lead everyone to believe that Imogene was the mole, and the situation was dealt with.
Must that poor woman's name be continuously dragged through the mud? These nonsensical decisions need to stop.
Imogene is a resourceful woman. I have no doubt she's in a safe house of her own design. In fact, she probably sees this as a paid vacation. My guess is she's lounging on a couch somewhere, binging all those movies she hasn't had time to watch. It's a means to an end. We'll make sure Imogene is properly exonerated and welcomed back with open arms if this plays out our way. Masako has tasked Ularu with writing the program to bring down Infinity Ltd. We believe she'll take the chance to incriminate Masako within the program, so this could provide the evidence we're looking for. You will be tasked with the assignment to infiltrate Infinity, so before you go, I want you to bring that program to me. Then we'll have to find another way to build a case against Ularu. And it won't be easy. If I can't find hidden code on a single slate, I certainly deserve to be fired. Ularu is limited in what she can hide here. Plus, she'll have no reason to believe anyone will be looking in the first place. I can't imagine a more satisfying ending. Now, let's attend a meeting. We called you all together to discuss a recent security breach. We discovered a mole within the company who leaked vital information about Project Dominion to Infinity Ltd.
You've got to be kidding me.
Just don't tell me it's Vina. I think we've all noticed she's not here.
Before you speculate any further, no, it's not Vina. The guilty party is Imogene Salzo, much to my disappointment. Our operative here obtained the evidence to confirm it.
Dalton, how does something like this happen?
Imogene is highly trained. Ularu can even speak to that. We demand the best. So that's the threat we deal with.
I may have well-trained operatives, but security is your responsibility, Dalton. This is a huge failing on your part.
I accept the responsibility, but let's not forget. The mole has already been exposed and dealt with.
Of course, thanks to another of my operatives. I know you're not insinuating that this is my fault.
Imogene's been dealt with, so bickering is pointless. All I care about is reacquiring our property and what this might be costing us financially.
Vina is completing the internal neuroamp prototype as we speak. Our operative will receive the implant, infiltrate Infinity Ltd, and obtain any and all research. I have it on good authority. The experimentations they've done to replicate the missing pieces of our work have resulted in fatalities.
I can't imagine the mess their legal department has on their hands.
If I may make a suggestion, we should give this evidence to David at SSNN. It's the best neutral method of releasing this information to the general public.
That'd make my job easier.
David it is, then.
Misako, the internal neuroamp is ready if you want to send down the candidate.
I hope you're ready for this. You always have a choice. You just have to decide which set of consequences you prefer to live with. Vina will be waiting for you in the neuroamp division in R&D. Once you're done, meet me in my office. Be ready to discuss the details of your next assignment.
check those measurements.
The fact that the neuromancer can control and manipulate
here's my lucky
people
candidate.
against their will
I
is
hope you're ready to
disgusting.
embark on one
The
amazing
device
journey.
shouldn't be allowed to exist.
The internal neuroamp is basically the next leap in our line of influential amplifiers. It gives the user dominion over a less dominant target, meaning you can heavily influence another person's thoughts and actions. Technically, that remains to be seen. It's not legal, but those decisions will be left up to a higher power who is neither you nor me. Oh yeah, it gives Ryujin Industries a huge advantage over the competition. So, are you ready to get started? Neurosurgery is my specialty. I've performed more operations than I can count on a wide variety of brains. So I like to think that I'm wildly overqualified. Really, I could do this in my sleep. Hey, we may not like the options, but we all have choices. Now, just a few details before we begin. Obviously, we'll be putting you under. I'll be making a small incision in the back of your skull where the internal neuroamp will be fitted. The whole procedure should only take 3 to 4 hours with little to no downtime afterwards, provided DeMarcus got everything entered correctly.
Did I not just say I quadruple-checked the numbers?
You know I'm just giving you a hard time. Besides, I've got to make sure my patient is reassured. There's little to no risk, assuming your brain is typical and you don't have any adverse reaction to the anesthesia. First sign of trouble, we back out and start evaluating other candidates. Were you gonna finish that thought? Fine. I get it. Now, just lie down on the table once you're ready, and we should be good to go. All right, let's get this party started. Well, look who's finally up. The operation was a success, obviously. Once you're able to refocus, let me know how you're doing. So, how are you feeling? You look good? Huge success. No surprises, no signs of rejection. You were the ideal subject. Now, we just keep our fingers crossed and hope no unknown side effects come creeping in later. That's exactly what we want. Just a couple quick notes before using the internal neuroamp. First, you can only influence one person at a time. And second, the effect is temporary, so be prepared if you use it in a combat situation. Let's just say it varies based on the user. Some people have greater mental capabilities than others, which would increase the duration. Great. Now let's test this sucker out. DeMarcus has graciously volunteered for science, he says. Please, we're not Infinity. We believe in due diligence when it comes to tech like this. But, just in case something does go wrong, we've got him locked up in the test chamber. DeMarcus loves being hands-on and experiencing things on his own. It's probably why he's the second most published scientist here, after me. Just head up the stairs nearby to the observation deck.
On the one hand, I'm fascinated by the incredible technology. On the other, I'm terrified what could happen should this fall into the wrong hands. I've never been so divided about something in all my life.
Oh my god, that was incredible. What was it like?
Wow. How to describe it? 1 minute I was excited about seeing how the experiment would go. The next, I had a brief moment of disorientation and figured I must have lost my train of thought. It felt eerily natural. And yes, I admit it, just as you predicted.
I knew it, I knew it, I knew it! I can hardly wait to finish writing up my latest dissertation. And you owe me 100 creds.
I'll be keeping myself under constant surveillance now. I'm curious if any other side effects may manifest.
So, tell me all about it. How did it feel? Any side effects? Well, luckily that isn't up for you to decide. I hope you know, you're talking about banning my life's biggest accomplishment.
I'd even go as far as to call it the settled system's biggest accomplishment. That's something Ryujin isn't going to let go of easily. It really was fascinating how all I experienced was a moment of disorientation. It's truly remarkable tech. Maybe that's the beauty of it. You'd never know. Besides, the neuroamp isn't total control. If a subject's morals or beliefs in something are strong enough, we still see points of failure. That being said, it's been interesting to discover the actions our subjects sanction in their own minds.
Okay. As much as I'd love to go over the details and potential of this amazing piece of technology I created, Masako wants to see you. It sounds like you have an assignment to complete, and DeMarcus and I have a lot of notes to record.
If Vino offers you a job as a lab rat,
Now that you've been outfitted with the internal neuroamp, it's time to put that tech to work. We're sending you into Infinity Ltd. Lucas Drexler is about to learn exactly why you don't steal from Ryujin Industries. All right. Yuko has provided a layout of Infinity Ltd. You have two options for this assignment. We'll be providing you with the means for both. Option A, you gain entry through their maintenance access on the roof. Option B, we give you an assigned identity and arrange a meeting for you. Option A, you need to remain under the radar the entire time. Option B, you have a slight cover that may give you the opportunity to talk your way to your objectives. Just hope those acting skills don't get you caught or killed. Now, depending on your preference, you'll either find yourself in the maintenance hallway or the marketing department. From there, you have 3 targets. First, you have Lucas Drexler's computer, located in his office on the executive floor. Second is Faye Sengsavan's computer, in research and development. And third, you need to obtain the prototype they are working on, also in R&D.
As you can see, you've several floors to traverse. So I hope you're prepared for an adventure.
You'll only have free range on the marketing floor. Infinity may be cheap, but they know at least some level of security is needed in this business. Nothing a good operative can't manage. Now, I had Ularu create a program that you need to run on both Lucas and Faye's computers. I'll let her explain the details.
You see, once we expose Infinity Ltd., all of their data is going to come under intense scrutiny. We only want the public to know about their mercenary hires and unauthorized human trials. But Project Dominion needs to remain confidential. I've created an overseer program that will gather all the evidence we need, and at the same time delete anything relating to Ryujin and the internal neuroamp. Anyone who comes forward to defend Lucas would be prosecuted as either aiding or being an accessory to these crimes. They all know career suicide when they see it. As for Lucas himself, if he wants to speak up and...
With tech like that, I can see why you'd want to maintain control of the narrative, though I strongly object to the methods.
If the media were to draw their own conclusions, I'm certain they'd just create a panic among people. Controlling the narrative is of the utmost importance.
Oh, let's just hope this program is as thorough as you say then, and as safe.
No, we don't want to mess on this one. A body count will only distract from what we're trying to accomplish here. In fact, unless they're a master at being one with the shadows, I'd suggest you leave your friend behind. Lower the risk. Simon Rychek provided some useful info on how to evacuate civilians from the building. I'm sure you remember him from Sidonia. Infinity's maintenance crew is understaffed. It's only a matter of time before pressure gauges go unchecked and they have a massive issue on their hands. Once that pressure becomes too much, every floor in the building is going to suffer from gas leaks, setting off an automated alarm to evacuate the building. Simon was able to get a passcode for you to access their system's computer, so you can force the heating system to fail. I'm told security has masks to handle the situation, so the guards will still be stationed in the building. It's also possible they'll activate their building's defense system as well. You may run into a few automated turrets, so you'll still want to try and stay out of sight. If the information Simon provided is accurate, you can reach the control systems through a computer located in the maintenance area. It's a pretty convenient stop if you enter in through the roof access. My thoughts exactly. We're also issuing you an operative suit. It should help reduce their ability to detect you. These suits are typically reserved for the senior ranks, but we want to reduce as much risk as possible. Just make sure you follow through on that statement.
Once you've run the Overseer program and obtained the prototype, your final step is to deliver the slate to David Barron at the SSNN field office. If he asks questions, feel free to give him just enough information to pique his interest, but no mention of Ryujin or who you are. SSNN is used to anonymous tips. They'll do whatever verifications they deem necessary on their own to confirm the story. It doesn't matter what he believes. David's first move will be to verify the information you provide. Once he receives confirmation, which he will, he'll see it as his duty to report the news. Good. I guarantee the moment he scratches the surface on that story, he'll have a broadcast sent to every system. So, any final questions before you go? You have the ability to manipulate others. If someone's in your way, you could get them to move. If someone has a keycard, that means you have a key card. The possibilities here are really up to you. You'll be restricted to the marketing floor. An appointment. Depending on whether or not you evacuate the building, you'll mostly be looking at security guards, much like we have here. You may encounter an automated defense system in the form of Good luck, and be sure to report directly back to me when you return.
Here's Simon's passcode, your operative suit, the Overseer program, and your cover identity. Your cover ID card is encoded with roof entry and elevator access, so that's your ticket in, either way. Don't screw this up, Skylar Lumen.
Дякую за перегляд. Я спати. Доброї ночі.